yesterday. Oh, what a clean keyboard. I think we're just going to do some... I wouldn't be paying attention if I listened. So what now? In the genocide of Gaza. Okay.
Robin Anderson, the author of The Complicit Lens, documents how the Western media in the United States and Europe amplifies Israeli lies about the genocide in Gaza and discredits the reporting by our Palestinian colleagues, especially in Gaza. This complicity includes repeating Israeli fabrications that routinely blame Palestinian resistance groups for attacks on their own hospitals, schools, and universities. It includes allowing Israel to smear Palestinian journalists as members of Hamas. It includes giving credibility to Israeli fabrications about beheaded babies, babies cooked in ovens, secret command tunnels under Palestinian hospitals and schools, Palestinian journalists who direct rocket attacks on Israel, and the supposed widespread sexual assault against Israelis by Palestinians on October 7th. The question is why? Why does the commercial press give such prominence to Israeli lies when it often knows, and I speak as a former New York Times reporter who covered the Middle East, that they are lies? The simple answer is access and careerism. There is a cost, sometimes the cost of your job, if you repeatedly question the Israeli narrative and earn the enmity of the powerful Israel lobby. If a reporter exposes Israeli lies, he or she swiftly finds requests for briefings and interviews with Israeli and even U.S. officials rebuffed. These kinds of reporters are not invited by press officers to participate in visits to Israeli military units or background briefings. They and their news organizations are viciously attacked, and those who run media organizations, who too often prize this access above the truth, view these renegade reporters as management headaches, often terminating their assignment and sometimes their employment. The slander used by Israel to discredit my Palestinian colleagues claiming they are members of Hamas is saddening to me. Many Palestinian reporters I know in Gaza are in fact quite critical of Hamas. But even if they have ties with Hamas, so what? Israel's attempt to justify targeting journalists from the Hamas-run Al-Aqsa media network is also a violation of Article 79 of the Geneva Convention. In every war I covered, I was attacked as supporting or belonging to whatever group the government, including the U.S. government, was seeking to crush. I was accused of being a tool of the Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front in El Salvador, the Sandinistas in Nicaragua, the Guatemalan National Revolutionary Unity in Guatemala, the Sudanese People's Liberation Army, Hamas, the Muslim-led government in Bosnia, and the Kosovo Liberation Army. I covered the conflict between the Palestinians and Israelis, much of that time in Gaza, for 7 years. And if there is one indisputable fact, it is that Israel lies like it breathes. The decision by Western reporters to give credibility to these lies, to give them the same weight as documented Israeli atrocities, is a cynical game. The barrage of Israeli lies, amplified and given credibility by the Western press, violates the fundamental tenet of journalism, the duty to transmit the truth to the viewer or reader. It legitimizes mass slaughter. It refuses to hold Israel to account. It betrays Palestinian journalists, those reporting and being killed in Gaza. And it exposes the bankruptcy of Western journalists, whose primary attributes are often careerism and cowardice. Joining me to discuss the complicity of the Western press in this genocide is media scholar Robin Anderson. Robin, the author of The Complicit Lens, is a professor emerita of media studies at Fordham University, an award-winning author of a dozen single and co-authored books. She edits the Routledge Focus book series on media and humanitarian action, serves as a project-censored judge, and contributes to the annual State of the Free Press. You put it all together in the book. and it's a pretty damning case. Israel damns itself. But early in the book, you make the argument, and I think correctly, that nothing that is happening at the moment can be understood without historical context. Israel works very hard to make the starting date of this October 7th, and I think you correctly point out that by doing that, you essentially make it impossible for us to understand what's happening. So can you address that point to begin with?
Sure. It's a standard media frame to start any conflict at the moment that, the aggressors want to start it. And so when Israel started the narrative and the press without any pushback whatsoever, just kept saying that every time Israel dropped a 2,000-pound bomb on a refugee camp or a tent or a building, killing numerous Palestinians in Gaza, they would say, this is in retaliation for the October 7th attacks by Hamas that killed 1,200 Israelis, mostly civilians. It was like a mantra. And they could say that because of this media frame where all of the historical reporting, all of the reporting at all about Israel and Palestine was condensed into this narrative that began on October 7th, and by beginning on October 7th, then everything that Israel does is retaliatory, it is in defense, it's a security discourse, and in that way justified. What that brings out, as you well know, Chris, is this history of build-up and aggression on the part of Israel in Palestine, that as Russia 100-year war on Palestine. Just in the 2000 teens, if you recall some of us may recall the Great March of Return, which lasted for a month, and not one Israeli soldier was killed because it was a peaceful, nonviolent protest at the wall that divides Gaza and Israel. And they were simply demanding the right to return to their homelands. Israeli snipers on top of that wall shot into them, aiming mostly at their legs. We know now that the Israeli soldiers love to do target practice on Palestinians. They shot into their legs and their knees. 124 children had to have prosthetics. They injured 33,000. They killed about 300 over the course of that time. So much so that Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch appealed to the ICC to look into war crimes because it was, again, of course, disproportionate violence. They were in no way threatened by peaceful Palestinians. And by the way, this wasn't organized by Hamas. This was organized by civil society groups inside Gaza and their international allies. So those things are completely forgotten. We know in media studies that a conflict never simply starts, right? It has a long genesis of conflict that starts, that leads up to this one moment. And of course, the other added benefit to that narrative,
why is my gun in semi-auto?
Is that since there is no reason whatsoever for Hamas to attack the poor, innocent Israel, they have to simply be terrorist, warmongering, the hypersexualized Oriental spoken about by Edward Said, all of the stereotypes, all of the demonization and dehumanization then is brought to bear on what many consider a resistance fight. That's all I'll say. Thanks.
Well, I was there for the founding of Hamas. I knew Abdulaziz Rantisi, one of the co-founders of Hamas, along with Sheikh Yassin, and they were very clear that there was a national resistance group, which was not. it certainly was birthed out of the Muslim Brotherhood, but that they welcomed Christians, non-Muslim Palestinians. That is how they define themselves. October 7th wasn't enough. Certainly atrocities were committed against Israeli civilians. No one is disputing that. But that wasn't enough for the Israelis. They had to ramp up the narrative. I want you to deal with this, with the claims that there were widespread sexual assaults, number one. And number two, and this was really reported by the Israeli press, there were significant numbers of Israeli citizens who were killed by the IDF, which just fired blindly, used attack helicopters and tanks, blowing up houses in kibbutzes where Hamas fighters were holding Israeli hostages or families. They would just obliterate the whole house, firing on any car that was traveling back into Gaza, many of which, of course, probably had Israeli citizens, attacking Erez, which is the border crossing between Israel and Gaza, just blowing up the whole center with Israeli soldiers that were being held captive by Hamas fighters inside. October 7th had to be even more, or at least the Israeli narrative had to paint October 7th as being, far more brutal, far more savage than it actually was. And the Western media, unfortunately, including my old employer, the New York Times, danced to that tune and amplified those lies. And I think even to this day, the New York Times has not retracted its appalling story. I think it was called Screams Without Words or something, which was essentially reduced to being based on one source that the whole family recanted and said the woman wasn't raped, etc. But let's talk about that moment.
Right. The British filmmaker Richard Sanders, who did a couple of documentaries, has done a few documentaries for Al Jazeera. One is October 7th, and he looked at oodles of footage, from the helmets of the fighters, and they really surveyed it. And he has a layout of how Hamas went in. And of course, they didn't have any pushback from the Israelis. And what Richard Sanders points out is that Hamas had been posting on social media that they were practicing with the balloons, that they were basically gearing up to go into Israel. Now, for some reason, the Israelis weren't prepared. Even though they were prepared with their Hasbara, their propaganda, right away. And so you have Netanyahu calling up then President Joe Biden, telling him, oh, it was horrible, it was like the Holocaust. They tied up a bunch of infants and they burned them alive. It was terrible. They chopped off their heads. This is the kind of atrocity propaganda you were pointing out, Chris. This atrocity propaganda, this very same kind of thing where it hits you in the gut and it makes you so angry that you want to do something that you say, go ahead, do whatever you want, because these people are beyond the human community. They are inhuman as they followed up with that very dialogue, the Israeli spokespeople. So they had to do that to make the violence so horrifying that it would justify whatever Israel was about to do. Atrocity propaganda, as I mentioned, goes back to World War I, where we have the Germans, babies bouncing off bayonets. It goes, follows through historically to justify any war. And then, of course, at the first Gulf War, where we have the Kuwaiti member of the royal family testify before Congress that over 300 babies had been thrown out of their incubators on the floor of the border of Kuwait and Iraq. So this is a border town, Chris. This is out in a rural area. So just think about how many babies there could be, premature babies, in incubators. Certainly not anywhere near 300. So right off, when we think about these in retrospect, we said, wow, how could the media have perpetuated this kind of atrocity propaganda? Also, given, if you think about the legacy media, the establishment media in America, they're supposed to have their very best journalists on a story, right? In the New York Times, how much money does it have? How many employees? 7% of American journalists are employed by the New York Times. They're supposed to have seasoned journalists who can recognize atrocity propaganda. Instead, many outlets in the U.S. repeated the 40 beheaded baby story, and also across Britain and the Western world. And as you point out, you know from the beginning, and I heard you on an interview, very early on, you said, my experience with the Israelis is that they lie, and they lie, and they lie some more. They never pushed back on, the U.S. media never pushed back on the constant lies that were being told by the Israelis. And that's another way in which they completely abandoned their journalistic mission. But just to wrap up, what Richard Sanders says, isn't it interesting that, yes, Hamas committed war crimes that day, and it's there, you can't kill civilians, and Hamas killed civilians. And they took hostages, which is also against international law. But what they did that day will never be known, probably, because also, as you point out, even though Israeli media itself aired the testimony of one Israeli woman, for example, who had been held hostage, Yasmin Borak, who told about how, as you just narrated, the Israelis came to Kibbutz Be'eri and opened fire on everyone, killing. She said she was with about 12 hostages. So they killed all of them. She was the only one left. You have military guns. And then by December 2022, you have a very well-documented, based on investigations by Haaretz, that the military, in fact, called in the Hannibal Directive, which is a military procedure dictated by the IDF that if there are hostages, if it's in a hostage situation, you kill all of the hostages because Israel doesn't want to negotiate with the hostages. So you kill the Israelis, and we'll never know. So every time the media repeated the mantra, 1,200 Israeli civilians killed, mostly civilians, that's a lie, a pure lie. And U.S. media must have known, because certainly they can read Haaretz because it's in English, and they should have translators who heard the other testimony on some of the Hebrew language outlets in Israel. And then one more thing, Chris. Right within the first month, the Israeli Insurance Agency published the names and demographic details of the people killed that day. There was exactly one baby under 2 years old who was shot. So there was no 40 beheaded babies. There was no infants rounded up and burned. And President Biden lied over and over through November that he had seen pictures of beheaded babies. So instead of challenging a foreign military, our government and our press amplified their lies.
Yeah, that was boring. What the heck?
Let's talk about the way Israel essentially paints every civilian, including children, as members of Hamas in a way to justify the genocide and the role the press plays in facilitating that mischaracterization.
Well, one of the ways they habitually do that is simply by the dehumanization of Palestinians that has happened for years. And we just look at the language. You know, I think the New York Times and as we know in the spring of 2024, when The Intercept published the leaks that journalists and staff at the CNN and journalists at staff and the New York Times released to them, that in fact they had been being told what they could say and what they could not say. And what they could not say was massacres, especially for Palestinians. And they were told not to even report Palestinian deaths in any kind of emotional terms, because they didn't want Hamas using their outlets for propaganda. And so the Palestinians were reported with body counts. One time the New York Times reported a content analysis showed that the New York Times reported used the word massacre 50 times for Israeli people killed by Hamas, and one time for a Palestinian killed. And keep in mind, Chris, within the first 25 days, 5,000 Palestinians had been killed. So this content analysis of the early coverage, very telling, very damning on the side of the press. And so with the dehumanization and the body counts, then they added the Hamas-led Gaza Health Ministry reported, right, for further discrediting. A body count is not a person. It is a body. By that time, the person is dead. Oftentimes, the Israelis, and then all of these heartfelt reporting we had on the hostages that were still being held. They were, if you look at the difference in coverage, the Israelis were presented in their whole humanity, often pictures of them, videos of them, their works, their place within their culture, their society, their professionalism. And the Palestinians are dead bodies, and that's it. And when they were on the air, professors, lawyers, aid organizations, anybody who was on the air was, as I quote a writer, a Palestinian writer in the book, they were asked to sing for their airtime. They were bullied, they were shouted down, we remember then, right? Do you support think Israel has a right to exist? And that's what they got. That's what Ta-Nehisi Coates got, a year later. So it's the thoroughgoing dehumanization. Of course, when you dehumanize Hamas, that they were terrorists, they were animals, then Hamas it filters down where we lose civilians, and then everyone becomes Hamas. And Israelis have actually said that everyone in Gaza is a terrorist. There are no innocents. There are no children. And here's what I think is very ironic. At the one time they keep lying they're not doing this, to this day, they are now saying that the starving of the Palestinians, as they continue to do it as we speak, it's a hoax, right? Meanwhile, they are all over media, which we don't see in our media, all over saying there's no innocence in Gaza. Israelis in ministries and officials are saying, we think every person in Gaza should be dead. We want them out. The settlers want Gaza. All of that saying, which is admitting at the same time that they are committing war crimes, while the media is doing everything to downplay the war crimes that they are committing.
I want to talk about how Israel will plant this narrative repeatedly that Palestinians are responsible for the attacks against them. We saw this with Israel's attacks against schools, hospitals, infrastructure, bakeries. I mean, they were even bombing wells, desalination plants, power plants, and the bombing would be reported, and then the Western press would dutifully report the Israeli narrative that it was an errant rocket, or the famous press dog and pony show they did I think it was in the basement of, was it Shifa Hospital, where he pointed to a list of workers who, I think it was a timetable for workers, and said it was a Hamas terror list, and because it was all in Arabic, the press couldn't read it. but they're just shameless about blaming the Palestinians for their own suffering.
Over and over again. The flower massacre that took place in early spring, February 2024. Think about it, as the Palestinians were already hungry. They were on the verge of starvation then. That's how much the Israelis control what happens in Gaza. They've controlled the amount of calories Gazans eat since the early 2000s. That's how, as many of the human rights people have said, they will be studying food security by this, using Gaza as an example for years to come and how that can happen. They were starving already by weaponization of food by Israel, even in the spring of 2024. And the Israelis shot at the hungry Palestinians who came to the aid trucks to collect flour. And what did the Israelis say that was repeated widely over the course of this 24-hour period where they had killed over 100 Palestinians and directly shooting at them? Well, the first one was that the soldiers were scared because the Palestinians came to the truck. Then they trampled themselves, right? They stampeded, and there was lawlessness. Lawlessness has been the thing that has justified the starvation and hidden Israel's blocking of aid ever since that moment. All through this time, it's been lawlessness. Lawlessness blames the people who are being starved. Just that, and it's an old saw. It's a trope. It's a media trope, and so that you don't have to identify who's doing it, what's the cause, why are people hungry. No, it's chaos and lawlessness. They called it a food-related death, an aid-related death. Whereas this wonderful journalist that I followed for 10 months before he was assassinated by Israel, Ismail al-Gould. Ismail al-Gould, in that instance, writing for Al Jazeera, went to the hospital and found the bodies that were a result of this flower massacre that Israelis had shot Palestinians collecting aid, and said that they had no evidence, and it wasn't a stampede, and instead they had the bullets from Israeli rifle fire to show that's what killed them. So evidence, and over and over again, the Palestinians were constantly blamed for what they were doing. And the Al-Shifa Hospital example gives us another view of this. Before that Israel attacked the hospital in an absolutely unprecedented attack on a medical facility in modern history. No one has done that before. They built up with this propaganda with a slick 3D video showing, a Hamas Pentagon 3 layers deep below the hospital, all out of the Israeli imagination. It looked like, as someone wrote, a James Bond lair, if nothing else. It was completely fabricated. And they built up to that. And then when they went in, they told the media that the media is totally... and here's the thing. On the other side, the media is actually showing the doctors in Al-Shifa Hospital. And the doctors are saying, we have asked international teams to come in and prove that there aren't Hamas functioning out of this hospital. They're asking for sanctuary. They say, we are surrounded. We are just about ready to be attacked. Israel comes into this hospital, kills doctors, nurses, patients, and basically bombs and destroys the hospital. The media then follow up with this outrageous claim where, yes, hospitals are protected under international law unless the enemy has gotten into the hospital. They repeated that over and over again. This is the first time that the major hospital was taken out in November 2023, Al-Shifa. And it was an absolute lie. Hospitals, even if they were treating Hamas patients, which they weren't. They were full of civilians. Even if they had a Pentagon in the hospital, which they didn't, not one thing, not one piece of evidence was shown afterwards. Even if they had all those things, the aggressors are still obliged under international law to protect the doctors, the patients, the medical staff, and the medical facility. The way they got rid of that they got away with that first one, and the press bought it. And by the way, Biden also confirmed, oh yes, we've got intelligence. Our own intelligence has also shown that Hamas is using that hospital.
Oh no.
They never told you who they were. They never gave any names. They never showed any evidence of an investigation. And so Biden's blood is all over the hands there too of the attack. And that was the first one, and over the course of the genocide, and they are still attacking what's left of the medical facilities at Gaza. And they completely wiped out the entire healthcare system in Gaza, which is again just unprecedented genocide in the modern era.
I want to talk about another aspect of how they control the press. First, of course, they have prohibited foreign journalists from entering Gaza. The very few times that any foreign reporters have entered Gaza, they have done so in organized groups organized by the Israeli military, and those reporters, I know because I used to do it, are handpicked by the Israeli military. Because they will be obsequious to whatever it is they're fed or told. That's number one. Number two, they have killed over 270 Palestinian journalists. And I've covered a lot of war, but that number is far beyond any number that I experienced in the wars in Central America or in Yugoslavia or anywhere else. I mean, frankly, I think it calls for a complete boycott of Israel, given the number of journalists that they have slaughtered, and then at the same time, Israel has created mechanisms, which you document in the book, by which they actually filter the reports that are disseminated by international news organizations such as CNN. And as you point out, anything that appeared on CNN had to be fed through the Jerusalem Bureau, which meant that it was vetted by Israeli censors, because having worked in Israel, nothing goes out unless it's approved by the censor.
Absolutely. They didn't tell the American people, their readers, their audiences, that in fact they didn't have access, that Israel had blocked all Western media out of the enclave. And of course, before that, as we know, journalists and mainstream media have always measured their ability to cover a war by being with the soldiers in the field, in the theater of operations, right? That's a standard wish that journalists. That's their wish list. They want to record. They want to record what's happened, and that's how in the War on Terror. What they did is those first, as you're talking about, those special journalists that are chosen and vetted, they were embedded with the troops that went into Iraq during the invasion of Iraq in 2003. They turned that war basically into a reality show. It was, I've written a lot about that war, and that was the first time they embedded journalists. And they had worked up to that to make sure that they could control the media. This is the U.S. military, part of their PSYOP strategies. And when they went into Israel, on the occasions that they did, and they were there for Al-Shifa afterwards, yes, they vetted their copy, and everything that they printed went through Israeli censors. I think that this was also dependent on us not knowing that they had blocked Western journalists. But another thing is, I've had a lot of people ask me, why what is it? These are their colleagues. These are journalists on the ground. They not only work for Al Jazeera. Yes, a lot of them, were just working with their cell phones and posting. But these were Arab language outlets. A lot of very legitimate outlets were global outlets, and even the AP and the wire services were using the photographs and the testimonials taken on the ground in Gaza, but they wouldn't tell anybody. They very rarely reported anything. Early on, the Washington Post did do. At least they showed some of the journalists who had been killed with their photographs and their hopes and desires and why they were a journalist. It was like one of the only things that was out there early on. But they never said that Israeli targeted them or killed them, and they even did Hamza al-Dub, the son of the guy, bureau chief, the Al Jazeera bureau chief in Gaza, his son. They killed him, direct strike, and they called him a terrorist. And that was how they labeled, as they killed more and more journalists, they increasingly labeled them terrorists. But you're talking about a heat-seeking missile that high velocity and is found by a heat seek. That is a direct assassination, and that's what they were doing toward the end. Then they were also just taking out hospitals when they could also take out 4 journalists one was in the hospital and being treated from the first attack by Israel. They killed their families. They directly targeted the houses of their families, while al-Dub's family was also just massacred before they killed his son. So we're talking about, as you point out, this is the slaughter of journalists like we've never seen. We have organizations, Committee to Protect Journalists, Reporters Without Borders, all of these, Palestinian in this case, journalists syndicate, recording this stuff, telling the FCC, trying to tell the word, and silence. This is probably one of the most horrible things that the journalists who are being killed, noted. And they said our colleagues in America are just completely ignoring our deaths, and we're their colleagues because they didn't see them as colleagues. They saw them as Palestinians who weren't worthy of the title. And also, if they had told them that, they understand that their reporting simply repeats Israeli talking points, and it's standardized. And they will show you some of the brutality, but it's never about Israel. It's always, this is the consequence of the Israeli-Hamas war. This is not a war. Hamas wasn't an army. We know full well it wasn't a war. And still to this day, they won't say it's a genocide, although everybody in the globe now knows that it's a genocide. And even the American public knows it's a genocide. But somehow the New York Times just can't bring itself to use the word genocide. That's the standard frame. And they know if they start to talk about the Palestinian journalists, they will put them to shame, and they will have to talk about their reporting. And to my mind, that's also a significant reason that they never reported on the deaths of Palestinian journalists.
Well, if they did report on the deaths, they gave the Israeli line. Headlines like "Israeli targets Hamas cameras," one of my favorites. I think this was the Reuters team, where they told all these people to kill them in double tap, what they call double tap strikes, where they'll shoot journalists. Journalists often set up their tents around hospitals because they needed generators and power and everything else. But they would target the journalists, and then moments later, when people came to their aid, if they'd been wounded, they would hit them again. This was repeatedly done to journalists, and the Israeli characterization of those journalists who were killed were picked up in the headlines of all major media outlets.
Yeah, I remember the reporting on the direct hit of Ismail al-Ghul and his colleague Raphael Rifi, and it was a direct hit on the car. And the New York Times wrote about it as this conflict between very, very little about it. They never even explained how Ismail was killed. And they directed it to some conflict Israel was having with some agency. And you get this type of reporting that's just nonsense. It's just column inches of nonsense reporting that really makes no sense and is not to the point. And that's.
Okay,
And then I wonder,
night
you know, I
vision?
have friends who say they wake up every morning and they read the New York Times, and I say, why do you do that to yourself? Sorry, well, that was a riff, but
I mean, this is part of the reason that the legacy of the Canadian establishment media has such low credibility. I mean, they got approval ratings that are lower than Guyanese, which takes it low. I mean, in many ways, what they're doing is completely self-destructive.
absolutely. And to go back to killing the journalists in the hospitals, the second time Israel went into Al-Shifa was the spring of 2024. And that attack on that hospital again was even worse than the first. And the media coverage was also worse than the first, because what they did is they related to the first hospital, and they said, just like they were there a few months ago, they're there again. And the IDF sent out their press release. We didn't kill one civilian. It was so great we got 500 terrorists there. And that's how they reported the final attack on Al-Shifa, which really did destroy it, where they killed, that was the one, if you recall, looking at some of that footage where and some of the testimony afterwards of the nurse and the other ones who survived it. They said they had 3 different wristbands of different colors. They put one on you, they just took a group of men out and they shot them. They just executed about 300 people. They said those people were Hamas terrorists. What those people were civil defense employees working for Hamas, which would gather at the hospital, along with some journalists. Because the hospital, as you point out, it was the place that had power, and it was also the place that was telling the journalists what was going on, because they saw the bodies, they saw the wounded, they were caring for the wounded. So there's a whole bunch of reasons why Israel wanted to take out all the hospitals. But they killed civil defense workers that day, and then they mowed them down and the bodies, and then a few weeks later they started to unearth them, and that's what we saw with the unearthing of the body. Many of them had been patients, but there were civil defense workers. So this is something that today remains very underreported and underunderstood, not understood very well, is that the civil defense workers were working for Hamas, the government in government capacity, being paid. When they deliberately wiped out all of the fabric of life in Gaza and all of the social services, including health care and food aid, but civil defense. They were the ones left that had to go, for example, and dig up the bodies that they had laid out in front of the hospital. So when then they say chaos, this is like the level of deviousness and lying becomes extraordinary when you then say, oh, there's so much chaos in Gaza, which they have deliberately engineered, and deliberately what I call censorship by murder, by murdering the journalists, and fewer voices, fewer and fewer documentation can make sense of this and bring it to global public.
Great, thanks, Robin. And we have to honor the tremendous courage and integrity of our Palestinian colleagues. Huge numbers of whom have paid with their lives. They did the real reporting. Well, the Western press, went down to the border area and put on flak jackets and helmets and did stand-ups where they had about as much chance of being hit by a piece of shrapnel as they would by an asteroid. I just stand in awe of my Palestinian colleagues, many of whom I know and some of whom I've lost. I want to thank Diego, Thomas, and Max, who produced the show. You can find me at chrishedges.substack.com.
Did he build up to that? That's wild, actually. He's building. Is this Fortnite? What is that? Hilarious. Holy shit! Are you kidding me? This is what people are doing? Player out. Only one player out. So free. I just tossed my life away. Hello. what? He's going up. What? Alright, just suspiciously like a person running down. Wonderful hero. Oh, damn it. Is there a way of shanking people? Is there a melee button? It is just so much easier to decide.
You have ammo.
The vector's broken. Good heavens. What is that floating in the sky? Where'd that little sniper dude? Movement wasn't actually poopy food. I think I'd be chilling, but look at that. How long have you ever gotten first? How long have I ever gotten first? third. Namek. Voting Namek, dude. Still full. This thing is nuts. Drum? Oh my. But better reload time. That one guy had a Glock, didn't he? Oh, it was an auto Glock. That thing was cool. Do we have this but silenced? No. Let's give him that USP. Let's give him that Band-Aid. Let's give him that C. I love the C4. Med, flash, yeah, typical. It's probably more of a close-up map with like a mid-range weapon, but we'll see. I love moving, you know. Great start.
Arrest me! Please, my family! zombie of them. Oh, that!
I reckon I need to find out. What do you say? I just got away with murder. What do you say? I was higher where you are, boy. Damn, I could fucking deal with them.
I hate this.
Way to go, Rush. We're here, Rush. Way to go, man.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Please help me.
I come. Where are you? I help.
Please help me.
Shouldn't have repicked, but it's fine. I need to try that clock. Holy.
Oh!
Well, I guess I'm spawning at A? So close, but not shooting it.
You better be safe so I can spawn on you. Keep that door. Throwing out, spawn on you.
Mais um.
Welcome to Dying Olympics! They're all underneath it.
Matei dois, caralho.
I got you, I got you.
Oh, thanks, brother.
I got you.
I don't trust you, but okay. I'm aiming at you. Such Drone noises. It's the radius again this time, even if they're downtown.
I don't know what that is.
Getting better. It's a hard map for me, but we're getting better. I want to know what the fastest guy in this game is. I want to use it. Fastest loadout battle bit. Probably still need some M4 kills, huh? I don't know why I'm doing this quest, but it is. Win in a row. Where am I now? It's Bubba! Hello, comrades. Thank you, Team Russia. It seems so. This seems totally safe. Yeah. I can't even. Remember, no matter what country you're from, we're all in this together. Or something. Or do we all just want to continue to hate each other? I don't know. Kind of over it. Maybe I should try sniping. This map's pretty long range.
Oh.
No bandage, man. No bandage.
No bondage? Hey McTuna, could Did you res me? Can you make tuna? Oh man. Oh, thanks, man. Can they hear me when I lag around or something? Or do they just know? We are out here in Egypt. Alright. Shit over and over. Oh, I should put the Glock on. My fucking god, what is going on? He missed the shot. Fuck, I lost track of him. not safe. You're out here with me, buddy. Remember that. Perfect timing, as usual. My guy gonna play the game? Damn it. Bottom left building or something. Pretty close to res by chance. I ain't gonna lie to you. Felt right on the schnee. Yep, I'm dead. iffy. Fuck. Faster, huh? me with your vehicles. Come here. You suck. I don't have any more bandages. Should probably not have a shot again. Father, I can be the war hero. Wasn't he? Weren't we but his age when we fought our first battle? What can you think? Thank you. On what planet is that not heading? Earth. Oh, that's my team. My teammates shooting at me. Oh, God. Great. Austin Power. That's why you abuse me like this. We're just getting decimated. Alright? No, it's actually pretty close. I just feel like this helicopter's been alive for a million years. Feels like the Iraqi war right now. It's just tanks and helicopters. No one fights with guns anymore unless you're stupid. Where's my drone at? I gotta leave this one. This is not a fun map for me. Is there an option for like no vehicles? Shit was boring as hell. Is the same shit? Man. I don't want to be here. I'm gonna switch up the game then. What time is it? Time to have a Mexican tonight.
This is the Abyssal Needle. The Abyssal Needle is a rare reward from the Guardians of the Rift at a 1 in 300 drop chance. It unlocks one of the biggest quality of life upgrades for Runecraft. When you use it with a small, medium, large, and giant pouch, plus the 56 crafting and 25 Runecraft requirements, you can create the Colossal Pouch. The needle is consumed in the process. The Colossal Pouch combines all 4 essence pouches into one inventory slot. At level 80 Runecrafting, it can hold up to 40 essence. This frees up 3 inventory spaces compared with carrying every pouch separately. So,
best developers in gaming history. So there's this guy named Mod Ash, and if you played RuneScape growing up, you owe a huge chunk of your childhood to him.
I have so much cash on hand that I actually count it by weighing it on my bathroom scale, and yet I can't spend it. I can't tell my family about it, all of whom think that I am right on the edge of bankruptcy. I mean, it's insane. Like, this looks really gangsters at malls. What? Gun malls. Have you ever seen white heat? I've seen white heat, but I don't see how good pertaining to me in a mall.
into the fire.
Oh, good. You're the new teachers.
Shut your trust or I'll cut each one of your heads off. You got that?
We can't teach those kids. We're just gonna teach them what we know. Let's say that Cleveland Steve from Cell Block D just got this fine new ladyboy for a cellmate. And let's say he's offering 20 minutes with this little punk for 2 packs of Newports. Then, how much would it cost for us to get 10 minutes with this little trick boy?
1 pack of Newports.
Very good, Natalie. No hole for you today.
They're bringing the big house. What's with the underwear, kid?
Bobby gave me a wedgie at recess.
Oh, he did. To the schoolhouse. Kindergarten cons.
Learn to heal without losing DPS with the free Eats plugin available. Learn to heal.
The other day, some guy on YouTube said I was stupid for using tap.
The other guy said I was stupid. Everybody fucking Joker now?
Today, I won.
Nick finally found some things in RuneScape.
Alright, Officer Check.
Alright, gentlemen, let's start.
Be advised, you have enemy helos.
Most have it, most speaking.
Wow. This wasn't just the game glitch. This is basically the last picture this PS2 ever made. The owner was playing Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2 when the whole world just started straight up tearing itself apart. And Sony actually had a name for the PS2's graphics chip, the graphics synthesizer.
Wow.
It had 4 megabytes of video memory built right into it. After this recording, the console was
Wow, that's. I just hate YouTube sometimes. Wannabe Nazi gets shut down and embarrassed by local hero. Okay.
Churches in Jerusalem. She wants to have all the Christian churches in Israel destroyed.
So what would you do to the Palestinians living here?
Here, like in the old city? Viva la Cruz.
What would you...
So she says, leave or we will kill you. So she wants to kill all the Palestinians, which means she wants to kill all the Christians, destroy all the churches. And this is the young generation. Some Jewish extremists say they want Jerusalem's churches destroyed or converted into synagogues. Among them is 19-year-old
which stand before humanity at present. Number 1, status quo, the liberal world order established after World War II on the basis of American domination. Number 2, protectionism and nationalism as a main way to defend the interests of the working class and of humanity as a whole. Number 3, modern monetary theory. And number 4, a planned economy, communist solution. My name is Hamida Alzadeh, and I'm back here with...
Do you guys feel like you can read the title of something and immediately know what it's talking about? Do you feel like you can just like use ChatGPT to understand something?
What do you want me to do?
Just like use something else, like a robot, to help me learn?
Alright, bro, what the hell are you saying?
Dude, that echoes savage.
That I agree on, bro. What the fuck is that?
I'm fucking right. Wait, what?
Oh, what the fuck? One was walking up B. Never mind, he's going A. Going A. Going A.
I don't think I can like stream and play this game at the same time. It's like breaking my computer.
Okay, that sounds like a you problem, but it
is definitely a me problem. But it's kind of also
so
you guys.
why am I hearing about it?
I mean, because I'm on your team.
C fest.
I have a sheriff on. Never mind.
Good stuff. That's Phantom.
There's back here.
Damn. Welcome back to Valorant. My name is Owen. I'm here for the next hour or two. Yeah, got them because they're ass.
Turn your gain down on your mic too, bro. Please.
Is that my game? Oh, sure. Is it better? Is it better? I can't hear you.
Are they on? One is on B, right? Yeah.
I feel like you're actually disabled. I feel like you're breaking it.
Let's see. I don't hear nothing, man, yet. That's Sova, 2, 3. Going opening B door. And one close to right. One in smoke. That's it.
Zero kill chamber, huh? That's what you like to
Can we get smoke? Get smoke.
Okay, okay.
55. One tree. One tree, one main. And I'm gonna play it. Two more. Yeah. I'm gonna ult and push main once I hear him a little closer. Chamber, can you let me know? Going in. Two. Yeah. One right outside breakable door. Nice. What the? What about Delta?
I said Charlie.
What about Delta?
There's no Delta. Why are you talking about Delta?
What about Delta?
The only thing Delta is your beta.
What? What about Alpha?
No, it wasn't Delta. Hey, I put Delta.
Who said that?
There's one here.
Ah! Can I borrow your Vandal, chat? Alright.
Oh.
Man, I wish we didn't figure that out.
A. 3, 4.
Back to the spawn cell.
She, can I just smoke she?
Yeah, that default is good.
I'm out! For the last.
60.
No! Was Rebel using Spike? Good shit, Chamber. I bolt. Let me in there. There's one on site chamber, one on site back boxes. Chamber's main, by the way. One stairs, Jet, to the right. Stuck stairs. Oh. Nice try, nice try. Hit him, 25. Let that go help. Chat with Spike, hold on. Oh, you got that shit, good shit. Blinding behind you. One flank. Spawn?
I'm one.
It's already out. Oh! I don't know, bro. I think that's code. But if you calm, it should make it a lot easier.
Oh yeah?
I think so, but you don't have to, you know.
Yeah, you're not just trying to pass off lane or anything. It's not like you are completely inactive.
Can't understand you, bro. It's like you're mumbling or some shit.
Actually disabled. See it.
They're still on Z.
Reyna's gonna peek B. Someone kill him. Is that a comm? Exactly where to peek at every round. It's not good. Like, that is trash. For Plat 2. Yeah. It's like they just weren't even playing great. It's just, they always knew where to look, aim, and how to play. It's just like, it's not fun when they have 100% knowledge. And it's pretty obvious when they do. Like, I've been playing this crap since CSGO. There's really no fooling me anymore. Like, oh, try it out. Have they fixed their cheating? Doesn't seem to be that way. Seem to have full intel over that all times. More battle bit. How much more time we got left? Can't believe this shit's on my computer still. fucking cheaters. That's the wrong clothing one. Truly unfortunate. Truly unfortunate. Yeah, that's what it is. There you go. Boy, do I know how to make the most of it that time. Inventory. Let's do it. Trying to learn begging. I guess I could try toilet. Never done really aren't cheaters in unrated. Like the last unrated game I played, like made sense. Like people were kind of like playing like they kind of knew where players were. Like yeah, okay, that makes sense. I don't know where to aim sometimes. It's like 100% information at all times. All right. Pretty non-traditional gameplay. Oh, did I already do it? Fuck. I did that first. Oh, that was my quick one. I think I'm mobile. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Going back up. And the community just makes it such a cesspool for cheating too, right? Like that Phoenix is just dog shit human. It's just like if you're not even gonna like, you know, try to like be honest, then what's the point? You know? So I've only got so much time in the day. No matter what I'm doing, right? It's like if I'm playing games, just cleaning the house, making food, doesn't matter. It's like part of like the time that you contribute to something is just spent, you know, making shit up. It's like this is supposed to be part of your leisure time, right? And like the most that a person can do is just think to gaslight me or, you know, it's like, come on, bro. times to keep leaning into trolls. Way too many times. And then just like casually dumping comms on me as if like, again, we didn't see from the first half where he was completely inactive. Passive angles. There was even like multiple rounds where he's just on the other side of the map while they're taking sight, you know? You don't need comms, you just need to use your minimap. Just chill. He's just looking to cast his demons away like everyone else. His name was literally Disabled Ho. I don't even know why I'm still talking about him. That's how much of an effect these people want to have on your mind. They're just so toxic they bleed out through the names they create. The first mistake was just taking his first sentence seriously. It really does need to be like a one strikeout clause. Oh, you're trolling. Well, guess we can't talk anymore. It's like, oh, you're trolling. Wait, I didn't have my sequiturs that whole time. It hurts so. It's okay. Everything's fine. That was an 86 herb run with no sequiturs. Oh. I got 20 more herbs, probably. Maybe. That's how deep the trolling goes. They infect your mind. They infect what you do. It's a good thing we have this nice, relaxing ocean music. Wait, what's going on in Nepal today?
So the barrier lake that they're discussing is an artifact, and that the natural dam that's created around it has not yet fully been compromised, and that lake could be gaining volume and could burst again. If it does burst again, however, I would imagine that it's not a formal assessment, but from looking at other events like this, that if it bursts again, that the surge that would be created would be a fraction. I'm not sure how large of a fraction, but smaller than the initial pulse that caused all this destruction.
I'm gonna go back to fighting people in Valorant. Okay. Fight me. Let's see. Alright, so let's go Hyun. Alright, let's do that every time. Let's do that every time. Just do it every time. Let's just remember to do that every time. Every time. Nope. It's like I played 3 straight red games with like I played some against some above average homies. Like there was that Sky. It's like I could see him being like immortal, diamond area, whatever it is now, ascendant. He was pretty cash money, but it's just like when the smoker knows exactly what to do every round, 100% intel, knows where to look, knows exactly what to do, knows exactly how to game you. It's like he's not gold. Nor is he smurfing. He is just straight up cheap. One hundred. Wait. Alright, what now? Do we finish the next task? Do we play more Battle? Live life to the max right now. How are we living life to the max on a computer? We're not. So we only have an hour of this left. Hour and a half-ish. Who do we make food for today? Tomorrow, maybe? Well, rather not babysitting. Let's get on this. Oh, Bob. Get that out of here. Oh, wait. Get that out of here. Get that out of here. Yes, I want to continue. Your kernel level access clearly has not prevented any cheaters from stopping themselves. today? What today? SSG? Have we tried this yet? Hello, brother. I'm just trying to aim down the sight. I'm gonna go back to playing squares, thank you very much. All I can do is get rid of Everyone's a clown now.
guy right here. Oh, he's killing us all. Oh.
Hi, can help you.
It's just pure. Heard that. don't bite that. No, don't bite it. Don't bite it.
Oh, I died.
I pulled out my bandage, man. God damn it.
too much off, doesn't it? That should have been killed. That should have been a kill, I think, dude.
Grenade, grenade, grenade.
Granada. Уничтожить. You need a snack. Come on. Let's go get a snack. Come on. I don't think anybody was cheating in that game. I think literally 0 people were cheating. Which am I using? So I should be using that. When
Fuck.
See, I didn't think anybody cheated that game. I don't know. I don't know what is it with me. Huh. Beginning to